A very warm welcome to you all on this day, Tynwald 2017. We are, of course, coming live from St John's in the Isle of Man, and we'll be bringing you coverage of the day as it happens. My name's Ariane.
My name is Ben.
Now, if you're watching on the big screen in St John's, we're going to be giving you information about all of the events which are happening today across Tynwald. There's so much to see, so much family entertainment, lots of dancing, lots of Viking reenactments, so keep an eye out for those. But if you're watching from further afield online, we'd like to extend a very, very special welcome to you. And if possible, we'd love to hear where you're watching from and who you're watching with. So do drop us a line. Enquiries@tynwald.org.im. That email again is enquiries@tynwald.org.im. Please do drop us a line.
Yes, do email in. We want to know where you're watching from. Now, I know that we've got Manx expats all over the world tuning in today, with over 500 members of the North American Manx Association logging on, so a big Moramai to you all. Now, a bit of a history lesson to begin with, Ariane. Today marks a very significant anniversary. It's 600 years since the first Tynwald open air ceremony took place. Now, the first recorded assembly of Tynwald was in 979 AD, but it wasn't for another 438 years before John Stanley II, the Lord of Man, ordered that the laws of the island be written down for the first time, establishing in the process the Tynwald ceremony format that's remained relatively unchanged ever since. Now, to say it happened 600 years ago to the day is a bit misleading. It actually took place on June 24th back then. Now, records exist of those who participated on the day, showing a mix of Celtic Macs and Norse sons. For example, Reyneson and McSaley, they were two people that were here 600 years ago. Now, the iconic Tynwald Hill that you see behind us, that was built sometime in the 13th century, with legend suggesting that the soil from each of the 17 parishes of the island was used in its formation. And it's thought the positioning of the hill was down to its easy access to the 4 compass points of the island, and the landscape here perfect for things like trading, competition and games, stuff like that. It's also close to St Patrick's Isle, which was one of the one-time residence of the former Norse kings, and close to the mouth of the River Neb. So there you go.
Thank you very much, Ben. I've learned a few things this morning already.
That's it, isn't it? Yeah, that's what today's about.
That's what it's all about. So, of course, an ancient ceremony. But 2017 has a lot of firsts for Tynwald. Let me run you through some of them. Of course, it's the first time that Howard Quayle, MHK, has attended the Tynwald ceremony as the Chief Minister of the Isle of Man. He's incredibly proud and incredibly honoured to be doing so. So you will be hearing from him a little bit later on in the day. It's also the first time the Isle of Man has ever had 5 female politicians in the House of Key lineup, so watch out for them. I'm hoping we're going to get a word with all of them later on in the day. They are, of course, Kate Beecroft, who was an established MHK, Anne Corlett, Julie Edge, Claire Bettison and Daphne Kane, all successful in gaining seats in the general election last September. The other first, of course, it's a new administration. The general election in September, we have a brand new administration, most of whom are actually newcomers to island politics. So again, we're going to try and get a word with all of the island's new politicians around the church later on today. And on a very sad note, we lost Ian Cannell last month. He was the man who has been commentating on Tynwald for more than half a century. Of course, the person who's going to take over, more than capable, is Bill Dale. But it is sad that we've lost Ian Cannell.
And the other day I caught up with the Lieutenant Governor, Sir Richard Gosney, to see how his first full year in the role has gone. If you could just begin by telling me a bit about your first full year as the island's Lieutenant Governor.
I've had an excellent year. It's combined what I hoped it would. the Isle of Man is one of those, if I say not small, smallish jurisdictions, and there's something about smallish jurisdictions, places with not too many people, particularly if they're islands, is there's a certain slightly old-fashioned politeness, courtesy about the place, and that suits me very well. I like that.
So of course last September we saw a new administration come in, a lot of new faces in Howard Quayle's cabinet there. From your perspective, are you pleased with how things are going politically on the island currently?
Oh, I'd leave the decisions and judgments about the new line-up entirely to the Manx people. I don't think it's above my pay grade to give any comment on the politicians and the government here. Naturally, I follow it closely and talk to them informally behind the scenes. I think it is fair to say is that the fact that the Howard Quayle's government have come forward with the agreement of all his ministers with a programme for government very early in their time, I think that's something that, particularly in the light of what's coming, what may be coming in Brexit, nobody knows yet, it's good to have got that done early on in his administration, because they've now set themselves some goals and they'll be measured, and some of them are quantitatively measurable. In other words, you can very easily tell whether they make it or not, and to have done that quickly I think is good.
So going back to life on the Isle of Man, for you, what's been the most surprising aspect of island life?
Well, I suppose it's slightly that you can go on through the winter, with life not that different from during the summer, because it never gets really cold here. Wind blows a bit, rain comes down a bit, but we've been out, for example, exploring the coast through December, January, February, just as we were last summer and autumn, and as we are again now. Maybe you don't head for the high ground in quite the same way in December and January. But it's from what you see in the vegetation, all these fuchsia hedges and the palm trees, you know that it doesn't get really cold, but that's in theory. And when you feel it and see it, and you can be out and about almost every weekend throughout the year, that has slightly surprised me. Perhaps I knew it in principle, but in practice, that's been rather good, be able to do that. And I think the other thing that surprised me is the variety of economic activity, the variety of the way people make their livelihoods here. I hadn't realised just quite how diversified the island was.
So of course last year was your first official Tynwald Day ceremony. Tell me a bit about how the day went for you.
Well, it's very striking because a lot of people watch it. They may not watch it in the person at St John's. They may be following it on their computers. They may be just listening to snatches of it on the radio as they go around and do whatever they want to do on what is a public holiday. But it is something that a lot of people feel is very important, and it is very important. It's this ancient ceremony, over 1,000 years old, whereby the people in charge, the top bosses, if you like, are held to account. Well, what does that held to account? It means that they've got to fess up. They've got a chance to be criticised. And that's what Tynwald is all about. Now, of course, the way democracy works these days, whether it's in the Isle of Man or elsewhere, is a bit different from the way it worked by those Vikings and Celts 1,000 years ago. Not least because what happened 1,000 years ago was the people who turned up for Tynwald were other wealthy landowners or people of power. So that they were the ones who were judging the people in ultimate charge, and they themselves came from a fairly privileged class. Well, that doesn't happen now, but the principle that once a year everyone has to explain what they've been doing, all the parliamentarians have to say what laws that they have passed, and the idea that people can go and present a petition, individuals or groups can present a petition when they haven't been satisfied with other ways of making their unhappiness felt, I think is a very sound, well, more to the point, I think people on the island feel that it's a very sound tradition and one that they don't want to lose sight of.
And finally, do you have a message for the Manx people on their National Day?
Yeah, it would be thank you for welcoming us the way you have in our first year here, and I hope that to continue in much the same vein. My wife Diana and I like to be involved with things on the island. We've been asked to be involved with many things on the island, and that's great, and we hope that we'll go on doing it. We can't go, sometimes things clash, and so we won't go to everything, but we'll go to what we can where people want us to be involved.
Okay, so I'm joined here with Dr. Alex Allinson, Ramsey MHK. So this is your first Tynwald Day in the MHK role. How do you feel?
I'm really looking forward to it. We've got some great weather. I hope the people of the island can enjoy this, the ones that are down here. But really looking forward to being part of something that's really traditional. It's the 150th anniversary since we had the vote brought into the Isle of Man. This ceremony has been going as it is today for 600 years. So in awe of it, really, but very grateful again to the people of Ramsey for putting me here.
And how have you found your first, I mean, we're not in a full year yet, but how have you found your first 9 months?
It's been absolutely fascinating. I've been given quite a lot of responsibilities for bringing things forward to Tynwald, but also working together for the good of the country. And I think there's a real enthusiasm to work together. We've got some hard jobs to do, but one of the things today is going to be promulgating some of the laws that we've already passed, and shows that this is a government that means business.
And in terms of your fellow MHKs, what's the general sort of spirit of this administration?
I think genuinely it is one of cooperation. We will question decisions, we will argue with each other, but we also will reach consensus. And most of us, I think certainly from my own point of view, all of us who've been elected are here to get a job done. And that needs to be done, it needs to be transparent, we need to communicate that with the people. But I'm really hopeful that this government can effect real change and really boost the island.
And just finally, of all the sort of pomp and ceremony that comes with Tynwald Day, what are you most looking forward to today?
I'm actually most looking forward to seeing my children taking part in some of the activities here. I'm really looking forward to the Tynwald Fest that's going on later. So again, a celebration of Manx culture, Manx music, and making this a proper national day. It's not just about us in top hats. This is really for the people who come here and the people who are listening and watching it on TV.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
With me I have Laurie Hooper, MHK for Ramsey. Laurie, your first year as an MHK, how are you feeling about today's ceremony?
I'm quite excited actually. It should be good fun. It's quite a big day for us over here, so it's going to be fantastic, I think.
Absolutely. And what was your experience before you entered Manx politics? What was your experience of the day?
Well, I would come down every now and again over the years to mainly go to the fair and just watch the procession, which is always quite good. I quite like the fate behind it. I like the kind of sense of community I think that you get down here on Tynwald Day. It's quite good.
And so have you been sort of fully briefed? Do you get a full brief about what to expect from today's ceremony?
Yes, yeah, we had a run through the other week just to make sure that we all knew where to put our feet and where to stand and not to fall into each other. So I think that's quite good. Everything seemed to run very smoothly then. Everything always seems to run very smoothly actually every year. The guys do an absolutely fantastic job setting it up and everything. So I'm really looking forward to this.
And obviously you were elected in September's general election. How have things been for you so far?
It's been challenging, actually, the last 9 months or so, but on the same side, it's been very rewarding. It's finally feel like I'm doing something that I can make a difference with. So it is a great job, and I feel very privileged, actually, to have been put in this position.
And is it overwhelming initially in the new job, to that sort of public fronting job? Is it overwhelming initially? How did you cope with all of that?
I think there is definitely a feeling of shock and awe when you start and you suddenly realise the responsibility that's been placed on you and the amount of trust people have put in you. It is very overwhelming, but I think you just have to deal with it. You have to get up and say, well, no, this is the job I signed up for, this is what I want to do, and I want to make sure that I do it well, and really you just have to power through.
And what have your highlights been from the past 9 months?
It's quite an interesting question, actually. I really have enjoyed basically the whole thing. The equality bill, pushing that through, I think was quite good. There was a lot of work went into that by a lot of people to make sure it was tweaked and it was just about right. There have been some quite interesting debates on the floor as well. Some interesting, not nearly fist fights, but they get a bit tense sometimes. But it's been worthwhile. I think there's a very positive atmosphere at this time around in Tynwald, and I think everyone's really willing to work together, and that comes across quite well. So even where we differ on some particular points, there is still this genuine desire to push everything forwards.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for talking to us this morning.
Okay, I'm here now with Douglas North MHK, David Ashford, another first-time MHK to this year's Tynwald ceremony. So yes, what does it mean to you?
I think it's very important. It's a tradition of the Isle of Man. We are the longest continuous parliament. It's a chance for the people of the island to come forward to actually celebrate their national day. But also, crucially, we have the petitions process as well. So it's a chance for people to air grievances and actually try to get them resolved.
Now, Talk to me about your first 10 months in politics. Has it gone as you expected? Any glitches? How's it gone?
I think overall it's actually been quite a successful first year. I think we now got a government that's a lot more progressive than administrations in the past and is starting to face up to the challenges we face. I don't think we should underestimate that the challenges to the island are huge, but I think there's now a will to actually tackle them head on and actually deal with the public as well, actually speak to the public, engage them and explain what those challenges are and what we need to do to tackle it.
So when do you expect we'll sort of have a clearer idea of how the island will be affected by things like Brexit?
Well, I think when the UK decides what its position's going to be on Brexit, the negotiations have now started, but there's still a lot of clarity to come out. I think the important thing for the island, particularly in relation to Brexit, is that we keep reminding Westminster we are here, do need to be part of the process, and that we actually jump up and down and say this is what we need to do for ourselves. One of the biggest issues, of course, with Europe in 1972 was we ended up with Protocol 3 because the Crown dependencies got forgotten about. So we must make sure that in this process the same thing doesn't happen.
Now, a lot has been made in the past about the island's relationship with Westminster, and it seemed to be strengthening at a point. I mean, has that tapered off, or is it still a strong union?
I think we do have a very strong union, particularly with Westminster, but also with other parliaments, with the Scottish Parliament, the Irish Parliament. There's a lot of strong links there, and some of them are historical links, of course, and we've got guests here today representing various different parliaments as well. So I think it is the Isle of Man as a culture has very, very strong links, and I think it's important we do build on that.
Fantastic. Enjoy your day. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Okay, I'm here with Minister for Economic Development for the Isle of Man, Lawrence Skelly. Mr. Skelly, there are people watching from all corners of the earth today. You've had experience of the expat community, though, haven't you?
Yes, I have indeed. I lived in America for 15 years. And obviously wanted to retain my Manx roots. I joined the North American Manx Association and is a past president. So I know as we're celebrating Tynwald Day here, particularly here, right here in St. John's, the 1,000-year history, I know the Manx diaspora around the world will also be celebrating, and you'll see the Manx flag flying with the stars and stripes, which of course they had Independence Day yesterday, I'm sure with the Aussie flag, the Kiwi flag, and all around the world. So it's a great celebration for the Manx diaspora as well as us right here on the island.
It's wonderful to think that people all over the world are flying the Manx flag, isn't it?
Well, it is. We're immensely proud, and Manxies are, of course, wherever they go, you'll always see that they're promoting the Isle of Man. And this day is obviously a very special day, and it's the opportunity not just to promote the Isle of Man, but to say how different we are and how unique we are. And when you live away and when you travel away, you always have that explanation. Where is the Isle of Man? What is the Isle of Man? And Tynwald Day is a wonderful way to explain it, I think, more than anything else.
And have you got a message for anybody who's streaming live right now?
Well, just enjoy the festivities. Hopefully you'll be able to savour this and soak it up and to celebrate it. In Tynwald Day, we've got our history, our heritage, and obviously our traditions here, and it means something different for everyone, I think, because you've got the fair behind and all the fun of that, and then the parties, and it is sometimes just a day off for people to enjoy too. So hope everyone enjoys it.
And do you have any regrets about coming back to the Isle of Man?
No, not at all. I moved away at a time in the mid-80s when things weren't quite so economically vibrant here on the Isle of Man. I wanted to be a little adventurous, and business was kind to us in America, and when the children came along, we wanted to, where else would you want to raise your children, very sound background, and delighted to be back here.
And puts you in a good position to be Minister of Economic Development, I guess.
It does, but I have to say it also gives you a sort of different perspective, because I actually appreciate the island and what it actually stands for, and what it's actually achieved more so because I've moved away, and I can see how other places can be received. So yes, it's I feel I'm enhanced in terms of my background and experience and appreciation of the island.
Also, Mr. Skelly, we've had 9 months of a Tynwald administration House of Keys lineup, more than half of whom are newcomers. How has that been?
I think it's been, well, it's always a change, and this I'd say has been a healthy change in terms of the productivity that we've managed to achieve. And if you think of some of the things that we've actually done, we've moved some legislation, the Equality Bill, which is probably in terms of generational change, that is phenomenal, because a lot of people ask, what do you actually do as politicians? Well, we actually make the law, change the law and amend the law for the citizens we represent. And that's one piece of law that from a generational point of view we've already moved. And we've of course got the programme for government in place with some fairly strict guidelines as to a performance. So that's how we want to be measured, and I think that's a strong statement for this new House.
Wonderful. Mr Scully, thank you very much, and happy Tynwald Day.
And the same to you. Happy Tynwald Day.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
I'm joined by the Chief Minister himself, Howard Quayle. So obviously you've been as an MHK to Tynwald a number of times, but your first time in the top job, if you like. How does that feel?
Well, it's fantastic. It's a great honour. Manx born and bred, and to be the Chief Minister of our beloved Isle, you can't get any better than that, can you really? So a great honour today, and I'm really looking forward to it.
And how have you found the first 10 months of your administration?
Well, we've been flat out. I think we've crammed an awful lot into our first 10 months. We've brought a programme for government out, which we published in the first 3 months, and then we've put the details, the KPIs in, etc., which hasn't been done before. We've achieved a lot. Tynwald is working well together for the benefit of the people of the Isle of Man, and I think we've got an awful lot of important things we can achieve over the next 4 years.
Now, it's that sort of unity that seems almost quite novel, really. Are you hopeful that that can continue for the duration of your time?
Well, I think the majority of it, and by the union of members working together, that doesn't mean to say that they don't have different views. It's just, instead of the old point scoring that used to go on, people are working together for the greater good of the island rather than maybe trying to the greater good of themselves. So I hope that continues. I'll do my utmost to ensure that we get that good spirit and that we keep it going. But you can't say that you've got a guarantee, but I'll certainly do my utmost along with the Council of Ministers to ensure that Tynwald keeps on working together, because it's not just good for the people of the island have commented on it. The amount of people who I don't know from Adam stop me in the street and say how delighted they are listening to the radio that the rants and moans and point scoring have gone, and they see some sensible debate. So it's anything that we can do to improve the perception of Tynwald and the island has to be a good thing.
So looking ahead, this time next year, what do you hope will have been sort of achieved, made clearer, if you like, in the coming year?
Well, there's an awful lot. Obviously this year we've increased the tax allowance, so we took over 3,000 people out of having to pay income tax on the Isle of Man. I'd like to see us maybe edge that up yet again. Obviously, one of the reasons I got into politics was trying to help the 200 million deficit that we had with the VAT renegotiation. We've got that down to 75 million. I'd like to see that reduced by another 10 million or so in the next year. So we now have a balanced revenue account, but we haven't balanced our capital and our public sector pension account. So if we can continue working on getting that right and improving facilities on the Isle of Man, we've got a debate on the promenade coming up, and hopefully that'll get the green light and we can start to make some changes and improvements on the prom. But also we've got a couple of new hotels in the pipeline, and I'd like to see some foundations going in as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you very much for your time. Have a fantastic day.
Okay, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
And here I am talking to Scott Booth, who is a visitor to Tynwald this year. Scott, talk us through your amazing outfit today.
Well, basically, I wore something similar last year, and I was asked to wear it. And this year I decided to go the whole hog, and I bought a whole brand new outfit when I was on holiday. It takes about an hour to put on though.
Really? That long?
Yeah.
Fantastic. And I'm assuming this is all the Manx tartan?
No. This is a Scottish tartan. This is Mackenzie tartan.
Oh, Mackenzie tartan. Excuse my ignorance.
No,
all right. So talk us through it. What is this? Is completely a traditional?
Completely traditional. This is the dress outfit though. Everything's dressed from the shirt to the tie to. This is what you would. It's like a formal wear.
Okay. And what are the names of all of these things? You have
well, from the bottom you've got your brogue shoes, and then you've got your flash kilt, sporran, waistcoat, shirt, tie, brooch, and your plaid, and then your dress jacket.
Very smart. And the brooch, talk us through that.
It's just, it basically, stops going back through the back there, and it's just, it's a nice dress piece.
And any symbolism in that lovely
It's
design?
Scottish. It's Scottish, so you've got the lion there.
Wonderful. And of course the Boll and Bane, to give it a Manx
The
twist.
bowline, yes. Keep it all traditional.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for joining us.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Was a son too.
Okay, so I'm joined now with Martin Perkins, MHK. It's another first for you, I suppose, attending Tynwald as an MHK. So how do you feel?
Well, it's a mixture of emotions, really, Ben. Absolutely honoured. We have, my wife Tracy and I have been here on many occasions before, but to actually be part of the proceedings and 1,000 years of tradition going on behind us, it is a real privilege and an honour, and it brings home the responsibility of representing the people of the Isle of Man and the people of Garth.
And how have you found your first 10 months? What have been the issues that have particularly piqued your interest, if you like?
There's lots of things going on behind the scenes that perhaps people don't know about, and internationally. And coming back to Tynwald Day, we have all this tradition behind us. Yet going out ahead, we're an international jurisdiction, playing on an international stage, shipping registry, the aircraft registry, all punching above its weight, and it's until you actually get into government, you don't really realise what the Isle of Man is doing.
So talk to me a bit about this feeling of, I suppose it's unease as we await to see the UK Westminster's reaction to Brexit and how that could impact the Isle of Man.
I think the island is going about it the right way. We're watching very carefully what the UK is doing, and we're positioning ourselves to get the best advantage out of it. We've seen the fishing 12-mile limit be put in place, and we're watching that with interest because, of course, we are responsible for our bit of the Irish Sea, and we have in place the best Queenie stock sustainability rules and regulations that put us in a very good place.
Enjoy your day. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
You might want to edit out that last bit because I made a complete.
I'm here with MHK for Michael, Alf Cannon. Mr. Cannon, thoughts on Tynwald Day? Is it a day you particularly enjoy?
Well, it's our national day. It's a celebration of our island, of our nationhood, of our democracy. So yes, it's always a good day. It's a privilege to take part in the day, and of course, great to see so many people having a day off and enjoying themselves.
Okay, and it's been quite a significant year in Isle of Man politics. Almost a very, very new lineup of MHKs. How has that been for you, from your perspective?
Yeah, well, I mean, it has been an interesting year. Obviously, we went through a fairly tough election. There was quite a lot of opinions being fed back by the public, and of course having to form a new government and find a way through. But it's also been a very exciting time. I think that we've made a lot of progress in the short time that we've been together, and obviously we'd like to hope the next parliamentary year we will see the foundations that we've laid start to bring forward some to fruition.
Okay, and the challenges ahead, in your opinion, what are they going to be?
Well, they're extensive. I mean, not only have we got our own issues in terms of making sure that we've got sustainable public finances and growing our own economy, but clearly there's a lot happening further afield in the international scene, and whichever way you look at it, Brexit and its implications are something that we need to be both wary of and ensure that we have giving as much contribution as possible to the debate. So yes, it's going to be a very, very busy 12 months ahead of us.
And as a former businessman, I mean, it's something you're going to be keeping across, I imagine, over the next few months.
Yes, no, absolutely. But I think the important thing is that now that we'll have a chance for a break, for a rethink over what we've done, and hopefully come back in September and October, much more energised again, refocused, and with a lot to do. And particularly for me, obviously, I'll be focusing then on next year's budget and trying to evaluate how successful or otherwise this year's been. So yeah, a lot to achieve.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ariane.
I don't know.
Didn't know it was a hereditary title.
Moramai, good morning, and a warm welcome to the village of St John's for Tynwald Day and the Tynwald ceremony. This is a day which celebrates the longest continuously running parliament in the world, and where we are able to reflect on the unique history of the Isle of Man and the events throughout history which have influenced our island and our people. Everywhere across the Isle of Man there are place names and historic monuments which we often take for granted. But each of these days, its part in making our island unique in the world. These names reflect a history which particularly relates to the Vikings, who established the basis of the parliamentary system we have today 1,000 years ago. The parliamentary system set in place by the Vikings means that the Isle of Man is a nation in its own right, making its own laws and legislation. In fact, the Isle of Man is not, and never has been, part of the United Kingdom. And the Isle of Man has never been a full member of the European Union, and until now has only had a connection via Protocol 3, which relates to trade arrangements. However, as we all know, the debate over Brexit is ongoing and has been given a high priority by our government. So change and reform within the system of Tynwald is happening now and has been happening constantly over the decades and the centuries. These are very interesting times of change, coinciding with some potentially significant changes here in the Isle of Man, which may happen very soon within our own parliamentary system, and which were debated only a few weeks ago at the last sitting at Tynwald. Today, though, is not a day to debate politics. This is a day to celebrate the Isle of Man. Now, as you can see, we have a parade coming onto close to the fairground now, and they are led by the Castle Rushen High School Big Band. Coming in behind them are representatives of all of the schools, the secondary schools in the Isle of Man. Now we have something extra to celebrate this year, because this is a very special award was given to the Isle of Man in October last year, when UNESCO declared our island unique in the world as the only entire nation on Earth to be designated as a biosphere reserve. This is the most prestigious environmental honour which can be given to any nation, and recognises our unique history, our unique heritage, the wildlife and the environment, and the way we have protected our heritage and our beautiful island. This really is a quite extraordinary honour for the Isle of Man. So this really is actually a rather special Tynwald Day and a very special period in history for the Isle of Man and its people. But not just for people born in the Isle of Man, it's a day for everyone who lives here and for everyone who loves this beautiful island. And most of all, it's a day to be enjoyed, our own national day, and of course, a bank holiday. And we also offer a special welcome to the many people who have travelled sometimes exceptionally long distances from all corners of the world to be here today, to be a part of Tynwald Day. A warm welcome home to you all, a warm Manx welcome to everyone. This is, of course, Onken's Silver Band leading the parade down the pathway towards the hill, followed by the secondary schools. Our thanks are due to Castlefrussian High School Big Band and the Manx Folk Dance Society who have already been entertaining us on the Tynwald Green. Thank you to everyone involved. And one event has already taken place this morning. Just a few minutes ago, all the official overseas guests visited the Cooley Gardens on the Peel side of Tynwald Hill, and there they have each placed stones from their countries on a cairn which has been slowly growing since this idea began in the year 2000. And now coming onto the fairground area, coming up the road, Station Road, St John's, we have today's band. And the band today is the band of the Royal Air Force Regiment with the Director of Music, Flight Lieutenant Chris Ianson. And behind them, the Guard of Honour, which is the Queen's Colour Squadron, with the Guard Commander being Flight Lieutenant Michael Hampton. We also have a fanfare team, and this year the fanfare trumpeters are from the band of the Royal Air Force Regiment, and we will hear them a number of times during today's ceremony. So a little bit more information here about the Guard of Honour. The Guard of Honour is the Queen's Colour Squadron, and it's the Royal Air Force's only dedicated ceremonial unit and has the privilege to be custodian of the Queen's Colour for the RAF in the UK. The squadron is renowned for its continuity drill displays and has thrilled audiences around the world, including Germany, Poland, Holland, Switzerland, Canada, Australia and the USA. The squadron appears in the Guinness Book of Records, having completed over 2.7 million foot and rifle drill movements continuously in 23 hours and 55 minutes. Today's band, the band of the Royal Air Force Regiment, is based at RAF Northolt and is involved in activities ranging from changing the guard at Buckingham Palace to live BBC radio broadcasts. In addition to having featured on the BBC One programme Songs of Praise, musicians from the band have also performed alongside the BBC Concert Orchestra for the live broadcast of BBC Radio 2's Friday Night is Music Night. Alongside this broadcasting success, the musicians of the band are also well acquainted with the recording studio and have a most recent album called Fanfares, Marches and Flourishes.
I can turn around and see something nice. Mate.
You can see now that the standard bearers have taken up their positions at the War Memorial, and the detachments and branches from the Manx units are on the processional pathway from the War Memorial to the west door of the chapel. And we've just seen now the fanfare team taking up their positions.
Into line, outwards, turn.
And now this is an opportunity to hear from our guest band today under Flight Lieutenant Chris Ianson.
Front.
Now everyone is in position. This is the point at which we wait for the arrival of the Lieutenant Governor, who will come in an official car from the Douglas direction, led by two outriders, and you'll be able to see yourselves on the big screen as they appear along the road. Now the Lieutenant Governor, Sir Richard Gosney, was appointed in May last year, so this is his second Tynwald ceremony. Sir Richard is a British career diplomat and has had a number of key overseas postings, including Jakarta, Buenos Aires and Madrid. He has also acted as private secretary to 3 well-known former Foreign and Commonwealth secretaries, Sir Geoffrey Howe, John Major and Douglas Hurd. Sir Richard has spent several years in Africa, including Kenya and Swaziland, where he was appointed head of the Foreign Office. He later took up an appointment as British Ambassador to Indonesia and then British High Commissioner to Nigeria. His last posting was as Governor and Commander-in-Chief of Bermuda, from where he retired in 2012. His personal interests include birdwatching, walking and sailing, and he and Lady Gosnells have certainly settled well into life in the Isle of Man and have been very well received by the Manx people.
Fanfares, fanfares, gun. Fanfares, up. Local units, guard. Shut. Order. Order. Shut. Fine. Fanfare.
Will be greeted by the Military Liaison Officer, Commander Chris Bland. And also there we have Mr. Alan Corlett, Captain of the Parish of German, and Mrs. Dorothy Sale, Captain of the Parish of Andreas. Well, Sir Richard has gone over to speak to members of the Manx Folk Dance Society who entertained us earlier on, and will walk along and meet other members of the public as well before he goes on to the dais to take the royal salute. So the Lieutenant Governor will now go to the dais for the Royal Salute, followed by the National Anthem. His Excellency will now be escorted to inspect the Guard of Honour and also the front row of the band before we move towards the War Memorial for the traditional National War Memorial ceremony.
Fanfares will take place. Inward, turn. Fanfares by the left, sit, arch.
His Excellency is now moving along towards the National War Memorial, which was built and designed by PMC Kermode. The Isle of Man played its part in no small way during both wars and suffered 1,200 casualties during the First World War and 500 in the Second World War. We know that everyone here today will want to pay their respects with a minute's silence in memories of those lost in war.
Into line, outwards, turn. By the left, quick, march.
Thank you to everyone, the vast majority of you which observed the minute's silence. Thank you. So now the Lieutenant Governor moves down the pathway on his way towards the church hall, which is the building next to the chapel. Today the church hall is being used as the robing room, where the Lieutenant Governor will join all the Tynwald members and the other dignitaries and officials who will be taking part in the Tynwald ceremony on the hill later. In a few minutes there will then be a short procession from the robing room into the church, where, by custom, the Tynwald ceremony begins with divine service, which should take place at around 11 a.m. The service today is being led by the Dean of the Cathedral of the Isle of Man, the Very Reverend Nigel Godfrey, with assistance from the Chaplain of the House of Keys, the Venerable Andrew Brown, the Dean of the Roman Catholic Church, Monsignor John Devine, and the District Chair of the Methodist Church, Reverend Richard Hall. The soloist every year is traditionally the Cleveland Medal winner at the Manx Music Festival, and this year the honour falls to Mrs. Ruth Tickle from Ballasalla, who is accompanied by Gareth Moore. The service lasts about 25 minutes, and we can follow it on the public address system and also on the big screen. And you are all invited to join in with the singing, and you can see the service printed in full in today's souvenir programmes. But to encourage you all to join in, we once again have the fine voices of the Manx Festival Chorus with their director John Bethel, MBE, on the front rows of the main grandstand. So please take your cue from John and the chorus, and you won't go far wrong, particularly in a hearty singing of the Manx National Anthem on this very special day. Now, as they gather together before coming back into the church, you will notice that lots of people today involved in the ceremony are wearing bollam ben. Now, this is a white herb worn as a charm against evil spirits and has been worn for many, many decades, probably centuries, perhaps even 1,000 years. In gardening terms, it is commonly called mugwort, but it also has a Manx name, bollan filiawn, the herb of St. John's feast. And you will also see on the pathway that we have rushes, which are traditionally spread the entire length from the church to the hill. This is a pagan tradition, and it follows a similar custom in early times where green rushes were laid on Midsummer Eve as a tribute to the sea god Manannan. St John's Church is a unique church in that it contains special seating arrangements purely for Tynwald Court, with named seats individually for the members, and it has the coats of arms of former governors displayed around its walls. You can go into the church afterwards, you're very welcome. It is a very beautiful church and really well worth visiting.
Stand of arrows. Halt! Into line. Left and right. Turn. Order, standard. Stand up, ease.
And now we can see that the senior people involved in the ceremony are now leaving the robing room on their way into the church. And these are all the members of the House of Keys and the Legislative Council, with the President, Mr. Steve Roden, the Speaker of the House of Keys, Mr. Juan Watterson, and the Chief Minister at the head of the MHKs. So once they have taken their seats, and you can see actually this might take a little time, we will be able to listen to the service, and in the background you can hear the organ voluntary being played by the regular church organist Derek Crellin, who has been the organist at the Tynwald ceremony every year since 1960, a remarkable achievement. And it's also worthy of mention that Derek's wife Jessie Crellin and two other choir members, Thelma Corrin and Barbara Kinraid, have been involved for just as long. Well done. And finally, the Sword of State, carried by Mrs. Bernadette Williams. So we can now all listen to the service, and you can watch it on the big screen by the hill.
Yn actin, Moramai Uliu, Fesh, Eru, Duskil, Nuyan Bashta, yn actin. Greetings, good morning, and welcome to you all to the Church of St. John the Baptist. On this Tynwald Day, we meet together to give thanks to God for the many benefits we have received during the past year, to pray for our island and its government in the coming year, and to dedicate ourselves anew to the service of God and the people of our island. We sing.
Please kneel or sit. God be gracious to us and bless us. Lord, have mercy.
Lord, have mercy.
Make your ways known on the earth. Christ, have mercy.
Christ, have mercy.
Reveal your justice in the sight of the nations. Lord, have mercy.
Lord, have mercy.
Christ Jesus came into the world to save sinners. Your sins are forgiven in Christ. Amen. Ye ulian yartul volstachit the holia smoinat the irinya as the he. Grizi ta shin gweot ons cri the holia wanya gri ferenacachi. As stueleorish the crinac glen ashiol. Ad sin tagol call son ashunin atel. The vod, the react gol era a hajakt. The fiach dera visa sail. Len the hustia the grai. Through Yeezy Christ Nunyan. Amen.
A reading from the Gospel according to Mark, chapter 12, verses 28 to 34. One of the scribes who had listened to these discussions and had observed how well Jesus answered came forward and asked him, "Which is the first of all the commandments?" He answered, "The first is, 'Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is the one Lord, and you must love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your mind, and with all your strength.' The second is this, 'You must love your neighbor as yourself.' No other commandment is greater than these." The scribe said to him, "Well said, teacher. You are right in saying that God is one, and beside him there is no other. And to love him with all your heart, all your understanding, and all your strength, and to love your neighbor as yourself, that means far more than any whole offerings and sacrifices." When Jesus saw how thoughtfully he answered, he said to him, "You are not far from the kingdom of God." After that, nobody dared put any more questions to him. This is the word of the Lord. Thanks be to God.
When I awesome wonder
I believe in God, the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, and in Jesus Christ, his only Son, our Lord, who was conceived by the Holy Ghost, born of the Virgin Mary, suffered under Pontius Pilate, was crucified, dead, and buried. He descended into hell. The third day he rose again from the dead. He ascended into heaven, and sitteth on the right hand of God the Father Almighty. From thence he shall come to judge the quick and the dead. I believe in the Holy Ghost, the Holy Catholic Church, the communion of saints, the forgiveness of sins, the resurrection of the body, and the life everlasting. Amen.
Let us pray. O Lord our God, guide the leaders of the nations into the ways of peace and justice.
Yes, Lord.
Guard and strengthen your servant Elizabeth, our Queen, Lord of man, and all the members of the royal family, that they may put their trust in you and seek your honour and glory.
Yes, Lord.
Endue the High Court of Tynwald, here assembled, with wisdom and understanding, that through them we might be wisely and justly governed.
Yes, Lord.
Bless those who administer the law and all who hold public office, that they may uphold justice, honesty, and truth.
Yes, Lord.
Give us a broader vision of the needs of the whole world, a deeper compassion to fill these needs, and a desire to uphold the rights and freedoms of all your children, regardless of creed or race.
Yes, Lord.
Almighty God, our Heavenly Father, we praise thy holy name for our island heritage, and we beseech thee with thy favour to behold all who dwell here. May thy blessing rest upon all the labours of our minds and hands. Keep, we pray thee, in thine almighty care, all who go down to the sea in ships, and all who travel by land and air. Help us to order with grace and dignity our common life in town and sheeding, that we may live and our children grow in health and godliness. May thy grace be with all who visit our shores, that they may find recreation of body and soul, and with us may glorify thee, the giver of all good things, through Jesus Christ our Lord.
Amen.
We pray in the words our Saviour gave us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen.
On the rock
As we stand, we bow our heads to receive God's blessing. Banarchi uli noitul, anera macas espiritnu, the rana mastia, as the hanitim meriu, as sondera. Amen.
So that is the end of the church service, and as you can see already, they are starting to come down the pathway led traditionally by the church choir, and they will form a guard of honor halfway down until His Excellency comes along, and he will be the first to go onto the hill. Now, there have been lots of changes in the last 12 months. We had a House of Keys general election last September, and we have 12 new MHKs. We also have a new president of Tynwald, the Honourable Steve Roden, a new Speaker of the House of Keys, the Honourable Joan Watterson, and we also have a new member of the Legislative Council, Mrs. Gillian Poole-Wilson. Now, traditionally, we always have lots of guests from all around the world, and today is no exception. And the official guests are quite a few, so we'll run through them now. Mr. William Balehash QC was born in Jersey in 1953 and educated at Charterhouse and Merton College, University of Oxford. He was admitted to the English Bar in 1975 and to the Jersey Bar in 1976. He was appointed Attorney General for Jersey in the year 2000. He took office as Bailiff of Jersey in 2015, and as Bailiff, he is also regarded as civic head of the island. Lord Chidgey served as a Liberal Democrat MP from June 1994 when he won the Eastleigh by-election until he stood down at the 2005 general election. On entering Parliament over a period of 20 years, he was responsible for project managing major infrastructure projects around the world. As a front-bench spokesman in the Commons, he held successively the portfolios for employment and training, transport, trade and industry, before becoming a member of the Foreign Affairs team. Dr. Gareth Davies was born in the Isle of Man, son of Mr. Gwyn Davies, a local vet, and Margaret. He was educated at Oncombe Primary School, Ballacameen and St Ninians. As a consultant in emergency medicine, he has also led teams at many of London's major incidents, such as the rail disasters at Paddington, Southall and Potters Bar, as well as the many terrorist events that London has experienced, including bombings by the IRA, the 7/7 bombings, and more recently the Westminster and London Bridge attacks. Professor Peter Edge has strong Manx connections and was educated at Ballasalla Primary School and Castle Rushen High School before studying law at Lancaster University and going on to study for a PhD in Manx law and legal history at Wolfson College, Cambridge. He is Professor of Law at Oxford Brookes University. His publications include a study on Manx public law, a study of the Bishop of Soder and Man in Tynwald, and a recent study of the licensing of temporary advocates in the Manx court. Linda Fabiani was educated in Glasgow and worked within the housing association sector before being first elected to the Scottish Parliament in 1999, until 2011 when she was elected as MSP for the constituency of East Kilbride. In 2007, the Italian government awarded Linda the honour of Knight of the Order of the Star of Italian Solidarity for working to promote Scottish-Italian links. She is currently Deputy Presiding Officer of the Scottish Parliament. Mr. Zachary Harkenrider is a native of New York's Capital District and a graduate from Rochester. He arrived in London as political counsellor in August 2016. His previous posts include Consul General in Lahore, Pakistan, Deputy Political Counsellor at the US Embassy in Islamabad, where his work focused on the US-Pakistan strategic dialogue, Afghanistan policy, and regional peace and stability. Anne Jones has been a member of the National Assembly for Wales since its creation in 1999, and she was appointed Deputy Presiding Officer in May 2006. She was born and brought up in Rhyl. She currently chairs the Committee for the Scrutiny of the First Minister and is a member of the Business Committee and the Chairs Forum. She also chairs the cross-party group on deaf issues. Eamon O'Keefe is a very interesting guest, as Mr. O'Keefe is the grandson of Ireland's first President, Eamon de Valera. The reason he's here is that July is the 70th anniversary of a short visit to the island by Eamon de Valera in July 1947. Governor Bromett was only given a few days' notice of the visit, and de Valera arrived on the Irish government's new frigate, the Matcha. What made the visit so special is that Mr. de Valera visited Cregneash and spoke in Irish to Ned Madrill, who replied in Manx, and they understood each other. From this visit came the famous recording sessions the next year, paid for by de Valera when he sent a representative of the Irish Folklore Commission over with equipment, and he recorded many of the last remaining Manx native speakers. And these recordings are now priceless and resulted from this visit 70 years ago. Mr. O'Keefe has had an extensive career in Irish politics and held numerous high-level roles within the Fianna Fáil party, including deputy leader in 2011. He is currently front-bench spokesman on agriculture and food and also community affairs. Mr. Sean O'Friel is the 19th chairman of the Dáil Éireann, the lower house of the Irish Parliament. Representing the constituency of South Kildare, he was a senator from 2000 until his election as a TD in 2002, and he has held his seat in each subsequent general election. A fluent Irish speaker, Mr. O'Friel maintains strong links to the farming community in his hometown of Kildare. The Honourable Asad Kaiser was born in the Swabi district of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. He started his career as an educationalist and founded Quaid-i-Azam Public School in the town of Zaida. Mr. Asad Kaiser is the 14th and current Speaker of his country's assembly, and he is seen as a very visionary politician. Amongst many developmental programs, he has introduced a total paperless environment in the Assembly, the first of its kind in the whole of the Commonwealth countries. Mr. Gavin Robinson MP was member of the Belfast City Council from 2010 until 2015 and served as the Lord Mayor of Belfast between 2012 and 2013. He was first elected as the Member of Parliament for East Belfast in May 2015 and was re-elected very recently on the 8th of June 2017. Dr. Jane Roscombs is a Professor of Neuroscience at the University of British Columbia and founding director of the Cascadia Data Federation. She was born and raised on the Isle of Man and initially studied journalism in the USA before switching to medicine, specialising in neuroscience. Dr. Roskins and her research group are now considered to be one of the world's leaders in the field of brain repair and continue to develop new groundbreaking technology. And finally, we have the Right Honourable the Earl of Derby, Edward Stanley, who was educated at Eton and was then commissioned into the Grenadier Guards before attending the Royal Agricultural College, Cirencester. In 1994, he succeeded his uncle as the 19th Earl of Derby, and the following October married the Honourable Caroline Neville, daughter of Lord Braybrook. Most of his time is spent running the Knowsley estate, which includes Knowsley Safari Park, the largest commercial tourist attraction in the Liverpool city region, and the stately home Knowsley Hall. Now today, you may well know lots of people who are here and bump into all sorts of people, and some of these have very interesting names. Amazingly, lots of these have direct links back all those years back to the Vikings. And I'll just list a few of these for you. Brew, Cayley, Comish, Kermode, Cowley, Cretney, Curfey, Fale, Cacken, Karen, Keg, Carouche, Killip, Kinraid, Neil, Lease, Looney, Lowy, Milray, Oates and Scarf, and they're just part of the list. So it's found that many of these names are directly go back with Viking blood, and there are some DNA tests being conducted, which is very interesting. So whoever you bump in today with a surname like that, ask them about their Viking background. Now the name Tynwald is Scandinavian, and translated it means Parliament Field. There are also strong similarities in the names of other towns in the British Isles where the Vikings settled, such as the town called Dingwall, spelt with a D, in northern Scotland, which has the same Viking roots. Also, there are two places called Tynwald, spelt with a T, in both the Orkney and Shetland Isles. And near Dumfries in the Scottish borders, there is actually a village called Tynwald, but spelt with an I instead of a Y. Many traditions and customs are also associated with Tynwald Day, and because the people of the island were originally a mixture of Celtic and Norse, then the customs are both Christian and pagan.
there's a cadet drama going on in front of me, so I can't really get past.
So the final two people to take their place outside the church are the President, Mr. Steve Roden, and the Manx flag bearer, Mr. Nigel Taylor. And now we await the Sword of State, carried by Mrs. Bernadette Williams and His Excellency.
Stand up. Hey!
Well, you can see now that the majority of the dignitaries have taken their seats on the hill, and very shortly there will be the fencing of the court by Mr. Gordon Leese, the current coroner for Glenfaber. He fences the court in the name of the Queen, and this means that we have to behave ourselves during the ceremony. Nowadays it's all symbolic, but in early times there would actually have been a physical fence around the official enclosure to protect the politicians from the public. Mr. Leese will fence the court in English, and he will be followed immediately by Inlider, the reader, who is Mr. Bob Carswell, and he will fence the court in the Manx language.
Harry, stand it. Order, stand it. Stand down. Hey.
Mr. President? No, I don't think it is. All right. Learned First Deemster, direct the court to be fenced.
Coroner of Glenfaber Sheeding and Inlider, fence the court.
I do fence this court of Tynwald in the name of our most gracious Sovereign Lady the Queen. I charge that no person do quarrel, brawl, or make any disturbance, and that all persons do answer their names when called. I charge this audience to witness, this court is fenced. I charge this audience to witness, this court is fenced. I charge this whole audience to bear witness, this court is now fenced.
Tammy Coran Whale Shaw Fohera, ons enem Charn Vanin. Nach Jin Pergebi, Troja, Bagat, na Jinno Borana Sabi. As de Jin de Holyfech, Freget Trevisse Erneim. Tammy Coran Cortus Ernene Shaw, de wel een Whale Shaw Fohera. Tammy Coran Cortus Ernene Shaw, de wel een Whale Shaw Fohera. Tammy Cora Cortus een Cledden ene Shaw, de wel een Whale Shaw Nisjach, Fohera.
Incoming coroners, take the oath in ancient form to execute your offices for the ensuing year and receive your staves of office from the hands of His Excellency.
This is where the 4 coroners go to His Excellency. They bend on one knee and take the oath. They are Mr. Gordon Leese, who's the coroner for Glenfaber and Michael, Mr. Gareth Leese, the coroner for Ayr and Garth, Kelly Sloan, the coroner for Middle, and Mark Wrigley, the coroner for Rushen.
By that book, and by the holy contents thereof, and by the wonderful works that God hath miraculously wrought in heaven above, and in the earth beneath, in 6 days and 7 nights, you shall, without respect of favour or friendship, love or gain, consanguinity or affinity, envy or malice, well and truly execute the office of coroner for each sheading to which you have been appointed for the ensuing year. So help you God.
So you can see that the coroners now have their staves of office and are returning to their seats. And next we will have the reading of the new laws of the Isle of Man in English and Manx. In English by the first Deemster, Mr. David Doyle, and in Manx by Deemster Andrew Corlett.
Learned Deemsters, I exhort you to proclaim to the people in ancient form such laws as have been enacted during the past year and which have received the royal assent.
Marine Infrastructure Management Act 2016, which provides for a consenting process for certain activities in the island's marine environment.
Slatus rera bontrogalus mara, feed heed a shejeg. Takarail says the Hirakid, son obrican enyek, savua magate manin.
The Concessionary Travel Schemes Act 2016, which enables the Department of Infrastructure to make concessionary travel schemes.
Slatus skamen lucht trol sliodich, feed heed a shejeg. Taliga den Rhein buntrogalus, genu skamen lucht trol sliodich.
Police Amendment Act 2016, which amends the Police Act 1993 and the Police Powers and Procedures Act 1998.
Slatus nemuren she the Asica, feed heed a shejeg. Taliasica slatus nemuren she, nahi jeg kier feedus 3 jeg, as slatus purken as achten nemuren she, nahi jeg kier feed as hoch jeg.
Preferential Payments Amendment Act 2016, which amends the Preferential Payments Act 1908 so that amounts owing by debtors in respect of certain deposits are preferential payments for the purposes of that Act.
Slatus yeken forage liasica, feed heed as shejeg. Taliasica slatus yeken forage, nahi jeg as hoch. The nu erged liastanich liorich jateren, benten der tashtiken enyek, nun yeken forage ko der rish oren a classes shen.
Road Races Act 2016, which makes fresh provision about road races.
Slatus raction reja, feed heed as shejeg. To ginu karelen no, benten der raction reja.
Marriage and Civil Partnership Amendment Act 2016, which provides for the marriage of same-sex couples, for civil partnerships of opposite-sex couples, and for permitting marriages according to the usages of belief organisations to be solemnised on the authority of a registrar's certificate.
Slatus pusi as shegius tiech liasica, feed he de shejeg. Takarail son pusa etha shejaken, ta kaintus kethanok, son shegius tiech, etha shejaken burren, as firren, as son liga de pusaken codel rish cliactaken shejakten credju, vagent aramac liorish pua taste recortasa.
The National Health and Care Service Act 2016, which provides for national health and care services and authorises the provision by the Department and others of private care facilities.
Slatus shevesh slent as Karela shunik, feed he de shejeg. Takarail son shevation slent as Karela shunik, as the Kerpur den Rhein as Verelia, the Karel Ineden Karel Free Verjak.
Highways Amendment Act 2016, which amends the Highways Act 1986 and repeals the Highway Act 1927.
Slatus Regen Mura Liaska, feed he de shejeg. Taliasica slatus Regen Mura, nahi jeg care feed de she, as ta mucha slatus Regen Mura, nahi jeg shach as feed.
The Custody Amendment Act 2016, which amends the Custody Act 1995, makes provision about court security officers and restricts the power to pass extended sentences of custody.
Slatus Presuni Liasica, feed he de shejeg. Taliasica slatus Presuni, nahi jeg care feed as quegjeg, as to genu Karel and Benton der garden of whale, as Kerkarliach era for the new Brunison Presuni soldier.
Local Government and Building Control Amendment Act 2016, which amends enactments relating to local government, rating and building control, and provides for the introduction of fixed penalties in connection with certain statutory notices and bylaws.
Slatus Ganelis Inidak as Ganel Troggle Yasica, feed he de shejeg. Taliasica Slatusen Benton der Ganelis Inidak, Kishan Inidak, as Ganel Troggle, as Takarails on Kerlesh Stiach, Kerrigan Sayet Benton, der Pert the Fogrican Slatusak, as Lion Inidak.
Legislative Council Elections Act 2017, which makes further provision about elections to the Legislative Council.
Slatus Reason a Kunsel Slatusak, feed he de Shachjeg, Takarail the soldier, Michon Ryerson a Kunsel Slatusak.
Treasure Act 2017, which abolishes treasure trove and makes fresh provision with respect to determining whether found objects are treasure.
Slatus Tashtja, feed he de Shachjeg, Tamucha Tashtja Folich Bur I Liol, as to Genu Karel no, Benton de Brunus ne Tashtja Niekan Fethenich.
Beneficial Ownership Act 2017, which makes provision about the beneficial ownership of certain legal entities.
Slatus Shaludarak Farasak, feed he de Shachjeg, to Genu Karela Michon, a Chaludarak Farasak, G Pert the Kerp Liol.
Has Your Excellency any further commands?
If any persons wish to present a petition, let them now come forward.
Now, this is the annual opportunity for members of the public to offer petitions for redress of grievance, and as you can see, there are quite a few walking up to the hill now. Until 1963, this had orally been exercised only twice in the 20th century, in 1916 and 1968. The opportunity was again exercised in 1978, since when petitions have been handed in annually. They are intended to be an appeal of last resort, giving access to the highest court in the land when all other possible remedies have failed. Strict rules regarding the wording of petitions are in existence, and they can be rejected simply for not complying with the correct legal wording. Now, all the petitions will be handed, they're being taken now by the Clerk of Tynwald, Roger Phillips. He will hand them to the Lieutenant Governor, who will make an announcement as to the action to be taken.
There's one more. I shall refer these petitions to the Standing Orders Committee of Tynwald, who will report thereon at their earliest convenience. This concludes the proceedings on Tynwald Hill. There will now be a sitting of Tynwald Court in the Royal Chapel. With the learned Deemsters, the captains of the parishes and others here assembled, I am pleased to accept the invitation of the President of Tynwald to be present at the sitting of Tynwald Court and to witness the captioning of the acts just promulgated.
And now we will see the dignitaries leave the hill, and at this point they will be called down by Police Superintendent Phil Drowley. So, Superintendent Drowley, over to you.
2 sergeants of the Isle of Man Constabulary, the coroners, the senior Salvation Army officer, the ministers of the free churches, the chairman of the Isle of Man district of the Methodist Church, the Roman Catholic Dean, the beneficed clergy, the Dean of Cathedral Isle of Man, the Vicar General, the Chairman of the Town and Village Commissioners, the Mayor of Douglas, the Chief Registrar, a representative of the Commission of the Peace, the captains of the parishes, in Leyda, the High Bailiff, the Chief Secretary, the Chief Constable, members of the Legislative Council, Mrs. Poole Wilson, Mr. Anderson, Mr. Crookall, Mr. Cretney, Mr. Henderson, Mr. Coleman, Mr. Corkish, Mr. Turner, Her Majesty's Attorney General, two messengers of the House of Keys, the chaplain of the House of Keys, the Clerk of Tynwald, Secretary of the House of Keys and Counsel to the Speaker, the members of the House of Keys, Mr. Shimmons, Mr. Skelly, Mr. Morehouse, Mr. Cannon, Mr. Crageen, Mr. Baker, Mr. Thomas, Miss Betterson, Mrs. Corlett, Mr. Robertshaw, Mr. Ashford, Mrs. Beecroft, Mr. Peake, Mr. Malarkey, Mr. Perkins, Mr. Harmer, Mrs. Kane, Mr. Boot, Mr. Callister, Dr. Ellinson, Ms. Edge, Mr. Hooper, the Chief Minister, the Speaker of the House of Keys, one messenger of the Legislative Council, the Deemster, the second Deemster, the first Deemster and Clerk of the Rolls, the Clerk of the Legislative Council, two Garden Cody, the Tynwald Seneschal, the President of Tynwald. The fanfare team. Two sergeants of the Isle of Man Constabulary. The Sword of State. His Excellency the Lieutenant Governor, the Private Secretary to the Lieutenant Governor, the Surgeon to the Household.
So as you can see, all the dignitaries have now left the hill and are walking back up the pathway. And for a few moments, we will now listen to the band. And Flight Lieutenant Ianson, please play the Tynwald March. This is written by Charles Gard and specially commissioned many years ago by the former Speaker of the House of Keys, Sir Charles Carrouche.
Thunder!
Thank you to the band. The Tynwald ceremony is privileged each year to enjoy the support of representatives of the armed forces. The ceremony, as you can see, is a physically onerous parade involving a long stand, and that applies equally to the standard bearers and all of those lining the route, as well as the Guard of Honour and the band. And when you consider that they're wearing full uniforms for nearly 2 hours, this is marvellous. I hope you'll all agree we've been served extremely well by all of them this morning, so very well done to everyone. Now, the final business of the day takes place very shortly in the church. The Tynwald Court is meeting for the captioning ceremony, where all the laws we have just heard on the Hill will be signed or captioned by the President of Tynwald and the Speaker of the House of Keys. And by tradition, they will use quill pens. Now, if we turn our attention to the big screen, you can see what's happening in the church. And as you can see, they are now assembling. And soon you will hear the voice of the President of Tynwald, Mr. Steve Roden, as we begin the captioning ceremony.
Crazy. members, I have invited His Excellency the Lieutenant Governor, His Honour the Deputy Governor, First Deemster and Clerk of the Rolls, His Honour the Second Deemster, and His Honour the Deemster to be present to witness this sitting of the court, and I call upon the Clerk of Tynwald to escort them to their places.
Affairs. Oh. Into line. Inwards. Turn.
Your Excellency, Your Honours, I welcome you on behalf of honourable members to this sitting of Tynwald Court. Members of the Council, Mr Speaker, and members of the House of Keys, we shall now caption the acts just promulgated on Tynwald Hill. Members of the Council, Mr. Speaker, and members of the House of Keys, that concludes the business of the Court. Tynwald Court will now stand adjourned to Tuesday, 18th July 2017 at 10:30 a.m. in Douglas. I now call upon honourable members to stand for the departure of His Excellency and his party. Council will now retire and members of the House of Keys will remain to transact such business as Mr. Speaker may put before it.
So as you can see, His Excellency is now leaving the church and he will go down to the Lich Gate, and from there he will leave today's ceremony. And you can see that today's official part of the business is now coming to a conclusion. Our thanks are due to everyone involved in the organisation of Tynwald Day. An enormous amount of work goes on in the background to make sure that things run smoothly, and they have once again been very efficient and professional. Now, it may be the end of the ceremony, but it's really only the beginning of Tynwald Day. And this year we have a new event which should encourage a lot of people to stay in St John's or return a little later for Tynwald Fest. Now, this is on the small fair field on the Peel side of the hill and aims to bring together everyone towards the end of the day to celebrate as a community with good food, good drink and music. And this all starts around 5 p.m, but it does carry on also during the day. And of course we have the traditional Tynwald Fair, which used to be staged right in front of us here on the fair field, but moved some years ago to the area alongside the War Memorial. And there are lots of stalls to visit today, many hosted by local charities, displaying a wide variety of goods together with entertainers, refreshments, dancers and music. We also have the Vikings of Man with a camp in the Cooley Gardens and the One World Village in the Arboretum, and many more attractions throughout the afternoon and evening. And following all the activity on the Tynwald Fest stage, later we will have the atmospheric sounds of the Ellen Vannin Pipe Band performing on Tynwald Hill to bring the day to a close. And something special for today, the Isle of Man Post Office has today released a new set of stamps and a special cover to mark the 600th anniversary of the first recorded Tynwald ceremony. This means that the first Tynwald ceremony, when the laws were actually written down for the first time, and I believe the stamps are available to buy here today. Today, however, we cannot allow this day to pass without mentioning someone who had a lifetime's connection with the Tynwald ceremony, Mr. Ian Cannell, who sadly passed away very recently. Apologies. Ian Cannell will forever remain as the man who truly was the voice of Tynwald Day as the commentator for a remarkable 52 years from 1963 until 2015. He was a very proud Manxman, a first-class ambassador for the Isle of Man on his numerous travels across the world, and most of all, a gentleman with a wonderful sense of humour and a good friend to so many, many people. It has been a privilege to be his understudy as commentator. Ian Cannell, CBE, a true and proud Manxman, with a lifetime of service to your beloved Isle of Man. May you rest in peace. So finally, on behalf of myself, many thanks to all of you who have travelled to St John's today to see this unique piece of Manx history started all those centuries ago by the Vikings, here in the Isle of Man, the gem of God's earth. Enjoy the remainder of this very special day. Guramayu as pastamai.
Absolutely. I know which side to go. It's nose, but there's standing one thing that's this
Where did they go? Quickly.
Well, I know you're from Red. What is I don't want to relate it.
Following Curie.
Yeah, no, we're trying to get
In your dreams.
You know, they're sort of behind the post.
We're all off down here, they're all.
Yes. Legs, right. How are you? Good to see you again.
That's a good milestone.
No, we'll move to the left. Left! Left!
We're on. This is maintenance level now. This is you've plateaued now. Plateaued. This is 2,100 calories a day to stop it going up or down.
MHK for Onken Julie Edge. How was the ceremony today? Your first as MHK.
Amazing, so proud to be able to be sat on the hill for Onken. Just such a proud Manx woman, and it went really fast actually, so I was quite surprised, but no, fantastic experience. So great to see so many people out supporting, and you know, I'm so proud it's our Manx National Day, and to be here as the first female MHK for Onken, I'm even prouder.
Of course, first female MHK for Onken. How have the last 9 months been?
It's flown by, to be honest. It's been a lot of hard work, a lot to learn, but I've asked plenty of questions for my constituents, and I will be following through on a number, and I managed to get my motion through in the first session, so I'm quite pleased about that. So that's what I've gone in for, is to do, you know, everything in my manifesto I've agreed I will do, and I will do my best to complete that by the end of the term. So.
And we spoke earlier in the year, and you were talking about the learning curve. Has that continued throughout the year?
It has. I'm surprised how much more, having been a public servant, you know, the actual operations of government I fully understand, and I've seen some of my colleagues haven't had that sort of smooth transition there, but with regards to sitting in the Parliament and that, yes, that's been a learning curve.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Happy Tynwald Day.
Thank you very much. Same to you, and same to everybody in the Isle of Man.
Okay, I'm here now with MHK for Onken, Rob Callister. So, Rob, your first Tynwald as an MHK. You've been here before in a commissioner capacity. So, how's the day gone for you?
It's been fantastic. I've really enjoyed the experience. It's been a fascinating opportunity to represent the people of Onken, not just Onken but the whole island, because we are here today to represent the whole island and to promulgate laws, but also just to enjoy the day. So it's been fantastic, and I'm really looking forward to next year, really, already.
So prior to being elected by the people of Onken, you were sort of sat behind a desk by your own admission for 18 years. How's it going? How's the change in life for you?
The change in life has been fantastic. I love the role. I'm able to help constituents daily, which is fantastic. I'm not able, in the past, where I've been stuck at the desk for 7 or 8 hours and then suddenly having to be an Onken commissioner at weekends and nights, I'm able to combine both of the roles, and it's absolutely been a fantastic opportunity, and I'm fully enjoying it as we're heading into the end of the first year.
Now, in terms of the sort of the hot issues you've tackled over the last 7-8 months, I mean, what stands out for you?
Well, over the first period of the first 6 months, what we've been doing is just learning the systems, learning the roles, working with officers. Obviously, I've been heavily involved in tourism, construction trade. We've just relaxed some of the work permit red tape in order to make it easier for people to employ people, same as what we've done in the tourist industry. So I've been looking to that. Obviously, in addition, I've had the motorsport as well. I've had the TT, the Isle of Man Rally, the British Road Cycling Championships here. So I've been very busy. I've been focusing just on my areas of responsibility, working in DD. And you know something, it's been an absolute privilege. I've met so many people, not just within government, but outside of government. And it's been fantastic to listen to those concerns, to make events better going forward. So that's where my focus has been. I need to focus a little bit more on legislation over the next 6 months. But overall, fantastic. I've loved every moment of it.
Okay, and just finally, I mean, looking ahead to the next year, I mean, what's the general feeling amongst your fellow MHK's administration? Is it of optimism, or is there sort of potentially some dark clouds looming?
No, I think there's always difficulties ahead. We've got big decisions to make over the next 5 years, but what we're actually doing, I think, is different than the previous administrations. Is the fact is there's a group of MHKs actually talking to each other, and we're not just talking about backbench MHKs, but we're talking about ministers, the chief ministers. We're actually discussing problems and how we're going to tackle those on behalf of the people of the Isle of Man. So as a group, we're working a lot harder, we're working a lot closer, but that doesn't mean that we're not challenging Coman, and we're not challenging the Chief Minister or government departments when we feel those decisions are not right for the Isle of Man. And as you say, we've got a difficult 4 years ahead, but I feel if we work collectively, the Isle of Man will benefit at the end of it.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. As always, my friend. Cheers.
And I'm here with Claire Bettison, MHK for Douglas East. Claire, describe the process of the last 9 months for me.
It's been a huge learning curve. I mean, I had some awareness of what would be involved, but it's trying to get a balance between your work and your life, which has to go on, but constituency work, parliamentary work, government work, it's very much striking a balance. And this has been a nice wind down in some ways, a lot of work regarding it, but actually it's been nice to have something to look forward to towards the last week or so.
Okay, and today, how have you found Tynwald Day?
Absolutely brilliant. I've been to Tynwald Day before, but I've actually never watched the procession. I've always been on stalls and helping out on charities and things like that, so it's a completely different angle that I've come from today, which has been brilliant actually to see. And to see the petitioners come and have that opportunity to bring their feelings forward. And I'm really looking forward actually to see what's in them. I think that's quite exciting.
So I guess you don't know beforehand, do you, what's coming up in the petitions?
No, absolutely not. Unless someone's approached you personally with regard to a petition, you don't know. So I don't know what was in those today. So I was watching the governor just leafing through and thinking, I'd love to have a little nosy and see what's in there.
Won't be long.
Not long, no.
And what are your plans for the rest of the day?
Have a look around the Fairfield. I have offered to help the RNLI on the stall for a little while this afternoon as well. So have a look round. I'm hoping the Filipino food stall is here because their food is incredible. So I'd be very delighted to go and get a little something there as well.
Wonderful. Claire, thank you very much. Have a lovely Tynwald Day.
Thank you.
Can we get the kids to run in?
Okay, so I'm here now with MHK for Daphne Kane. So how's your first official Tynwald as an MHK gone?
It's gone very smoothly, and there was only one little wobble of the high heels because those stone steps going up the hill are very uneven. But other than that, no, it went swimmingly, and what a gorgeous, glorious day for it.
Now, prior to being elected as a representative for Garth, you worked within government as a civil servant. So, I mean, has the challenge met your expectations?
Oh, indeed. Well, before I was 20 years in civil service, prior to that, I did 7 years as a reporter, and I have spent many years doing just what you're doing and doing the colour piece for the newspaper. So to make the leap from that to this is huge. Also, about 10 years ago, more than that now, but when I was working at Department of Tourism, as it was then, I was summoned up with the Chief Executive to present a paper to Sir Charles Carouche, then the first President of Tynwald, to enhance Tynwald Day, to encourage more public to come here. And amongst the many ideas we had was the start of Tynwald Fest type idea with a ceilidh in the tent, art exhibitions, many more events and activities, and even a treasure hunt initially. So Tynwald seems to have been part of my life ever since I came to the Isle of Man.
Well, that's interesting because, I mean, we have the Tynwald Fest party element going on into the night tonight. How have you seen it grow then since you lodged this initial paper?
Well, initially we used to have a marquee in the school, the Bun School playground. It was then St John's School, just before they moved to the new school building. And we had a special postbox, we had a treasure hunt, and we had many dance groups from across the Isle of Man, and also jazz musicians playing in the Arboretum. And on a good day, which most of them were, and even when Noel Kringle took over as president, he always guaranteed us sunshine. And actually, while I was doing the enhancements, it always was sunshine.
So how does it feel to be part of a record number of female MHKs?
It feels good. I think hopefully in the future we might see even more, and I see a point hopefully in time when gender won't be the issue, but actually the policies will be the issue. And the reason, and when we arrive at that point, it will be when nobody keeps asking that question.
Of course. Sorry about that.
That's all right. It has been the question of the day, but it doesn't feel like it because I suppose we've got used to the idea. We've done the whole term now in Tynwald, and it's more now about the work we're doing and the policies and changes that we want to make for a positive future for the Isle of Man.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for your time.
It's been a pleasure.
Cheers.
Oh, we're with the President of Tynwald, Steve Roden. Mr. Roden, how has the day gone?
Well, it's been a brilliant day so far. I've enjoyed it immensely. It's my first time as President sitting on the Hill, so it's been a great honour. Everything's gone very smoothly. We've done our constitutional duty. The laws have been promulgated, they've been captioned and signed off so that they stand and remain the law of the land. If we didn't do that, they would cease. So an important constitutional function, the pageant and the ceremonial in time-honoured fashion, and of course we know that this ceremonial has been going on this way or something very, very similar for at least 600 years, because the Customary Law of 1417 tells us, and the Sir John Stanley II had that law written down in 1417. His direct descendant, the 19th Earl of Derby, Edward Stanley, is our guest of honour today, and we're delighted that he is taking part in this real piece of living history that is Tynwald Day.
It's a very significant day, isn't it? Because without having had the procession or the points of the procession written down, we just wouldn't have much of an idea nowadays, would we?
Well, it's the reason, it's the time we demonstrate to the world, the people of the Isle of Man, how it is that we're not part of the United Kingdom, and this is the reason we simply don't send one MP to Westminster as, say, the Isle of Wight does. We have our own time-honoured Parliament here, make our own legislation, and because of that we have evolved in a quite different way than would have otherwise been the case.
Mr. Roden, your plans for the rest of the day, what do they entail?
I'm about to go and open the Culture Vannin Centre, this new centre to celebrate Manx heritage and language in St John's, and I'm to be accompanied by Eamon O'Keefe, whose grandfather Eamon de Valera former President of Ireland, whose trip here 60 years ago was instrumental in recording the surviving native Manx speakers. Had this not been done, they'd have been lost forever from the archives. So another thing we have to celebrate today.
Oh, a day of celebration.
And I look forward to Tynwald Fest this evening and let my hair down.
Have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Okay, so Speaker of the House of Keys, June Watson, this is your 10th year in politics. How have you seen the sort of the Tynwald Day grow, change? You know, more people coming since you got involved?
Well, certainly Tynwald's always been a popular staple of the Manx social calendar, and it's great to see that so many people have come along today. But I think it's always been very well attended. I think perhaps 2 years ago when we had that 1 year where it rained was the notable exception. But it's always a good day, and it's always a day to enjoy, whether you're actually taking part in the ceremony or just coming down for the events on the field, or the Tynwald Fest later on this evening.
Now, you're here in your new role as Speaker. Previously a very active minister and with a very full-on sort of political life. I mean, how's it changed now that you're Speaker?
It is a very, very different role. So going from leading a department to, I suppose you might liken it to herding cats, being in charge of the House of Keys. But it's a great new challenge. It's slightly conspicuous today and all this. This isn't the way that we normally do business. But it's great to be part of that pageant and to be part of something special in Tynwald Day.
Now, the sort of word is that it's a more harmonious administration this year. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would. I think there's a great sense of collegiate working in Tynwald, a great sense of still needing to have scrutiny, making sure that it's a robust system, but actually being far more, shall we say, gentlemanly or ladylike about it than perhaps it has been in the past. And that, I think, is to the credit of the institution and the members that we have.
And just finally then, looking ahead to the next year, I mean, should the island be cautious or optimistic in terms of how things are going to develop with the Brexit fallout?
I think we should be absolutely optimistic. I mean, for every threat there's an opportunity, and there's one thing that the Isle of Man should be very proud of is that we're always good at finding the positive in everything and picking the opportunities and moving forward with them. So I think we should look forward to a bright future and a lot of positive Tynwald days for years to come.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Yes. Take care. See you around.
So earlier in the week, prior to the day, of course, Ariane caught up with the Chief Minister to get his thoughts on the day and everything that's coming up over the year.
It's been a year of change on the Isle of Man with the general election last September. Are you happy with the way Tynwald has been performing so far?
Well, I think if you look back in October when I was made Chief Minister, I don't think I could have planned for it to have gone as well as it has done. We've got Tynwald working together well as a team for the people of the Isle of Man. We've got 12 new members, 7 of those as a result of members retiring and 5 as a result of members losing their seats. And I think the new order is working well. I think the Council of Ministers and the rest of Tynwald are working for the greater good of the people of the Isle of Man. We've got a very ambitious programme for government, which we delivered in record time. It's up to date with being so new. It's just after the general election, so the viewpoint of the people of the Isle of Man has been taken into account when we've developed that policy. And as I say, we had the basic framework done in 3 months, which isn't bad at all, really. You know, we've worked really hard at that. It's ambitious, and we'll be looking to deliver that over the coming years of this administration.
It's also been an extraordinary year internationally with Brexit and the election of Donald Trump as President of the United States. How have these things impacted political life on the Isle of Man?
I think first and foremost, my first week as Chief Minister, I spent a few days in Brussels meeting with the City of London representatives who are having a conference out there, meeting with representatives of the European Union and also the British government. And that's a key element of the job as Chief Minister. You're looking after local stuff on the Isle of Man. Of course, you've got to do the day-to-day work, but also Brexit has added to the off-island workload. It's not a glamorous life, but it's got to be done. It's all about making good contacts with people and having a good working relationship with key people to ensure that the Isle of Man will be well represented when it comes to the negotiations. So I regularly attend Westminster meetings, for example, with Robin Walker, the Under Secretary of State for the Department for exiting the European Union, and he will be a key player along with numerous other politicians that I meet to ensure that the island's concerns and views are heard, and also opportunities. We've met with the likes of Mark Garnier, the Under Secretary of State for Industry, and he has guaranteed that the Isle of Man representatives will be able to meet and discuss with the negotiators from the UK any positions that the Isle of Man wishes to take when negotiations are ongoing with the WTO negotiations with various countries. So these are key elements, but it's something I take very seriously. That, back to your question, Brexit will have a significant impact if we don't get this right. There's going to be an awful lot of false dawns with Brexit. I'm convinced it's not going to be straightforward. It's going to be highly complex, and it's just ensuring that we're aware of whatever's going on and that we can respond to any situation and ensure that the Isle of Man is as well placed as possible.
And finally, Chief Minister, what's your message to the nation on this Tynwald Day 2017?
Well, I think it would be please all of you to work with the government to ensure that our island, our home, remains a special place to live and work.
So the other week I was in St John's in the chapel to my left here to catch up with Derek Cannell, a lovely chap who's been the chapel warden for the last 50 years and also the organist. So we're going to see now the interview that I did with him.
So, Mr. Crellin, we're speaking to a host of people who have involvement in Tynwald Day and the ceremony. So if you'd like to just begin by giving us an overview as to what you'll be doing.
Well, it's already started actually. You round up the members of the choir. We're supported by other members from other churches, so we come together for a rehearsal. And then on Tynwald Day itself, we meet in the robing room, as it is on Tynwald Day, and then process into here before everything else happens to get in our place. And then during the service, obviously we lead the singing and the hymns. And we also lead the procession when the service is over, lead the procession out through the west door onto the base of the hill, and there when the national anthem is sang or the band plays the national anthem, we try and lead in the open air the singing of the national anthem.
So as you said before, you've been involved in dozens of Tynwald Days, but I imagine that they never sort of diminish in importance for you.
Not at all. Each one is at least as important, if not more important than the last one. Looking around the church, you'll see photographs of members of the royal family that have been here, and they were especially important and prestigious and very nerve-wracking as well, to put it mildly. But they all went off without any hitch on our behalf, and that's all we ask really, if things go well.
So when we look around the Royal Chapel here, it's in absolute pristine condition for what I imagine is a relatively old building. Talk to me a bit about the maintenance programme and the effort into keeping it so tip-top.
Well, it's not that old as far as churches go. It was consecrated in 1849, and it hasn't changed it hasn't changed at all since then. The basic structure is still the same, the layout is still the same. The members of the House of Keys, it's a unique situation where they sit around the rounds, as we call them, in their Tynwald allotted seats. They sit there for the service, and after the procession to the hill and the business on the hill, they come back into church for the signing of the acts, and that's the important part of Tynwald, really. I've sat in once or twice to watch what goes on. It's very interesting to watch what is an ancient ceremony. And to think that people through the ages have done that and they're still doing it.
So Tynwald Day is, of course, the biggest day in the chapel's calendar, but of course it doesn't stop there. It has the usual services, it hosts weddings, and it's also a big draw for tourists, I believe.
Very much so. The coach companies obviously have it on their list of calls, and we can expect on the average 5 coaches a week here during the summer months. Sometimes it's more and sometimes it's less, depending on the time of the year. And there's other visitors coming in as well. As you look at the visitors book at the back of church, recently there was a couple here from New Zealand, I think it was, who come back to celebrate their 50th wedding anniversary and come to the church to be married in.
So talk to me about the point in the day when you can breathe easy and relax.
I think when we get to the bottom of the hill, we've done as best as we can, and we can enjoy what goes on there and in the Fairfield afterwards as well. And one of the important parts of Tynwald Day is meeting people you haven't seen for a year.
Mr. Crellin, thank you very much.
Before the ceremony, Ben Sowery talked to Julie Matthews, the head teacher of the Bunscoil School here in St John's, to find out how the children at the Manx School mark the day.
So Julie, if you could just start by telling us what the school is going to be doing to mark the day today.
We open every year just to let people come in and have a little look around. People like to come and remember their old school days. There's a lot of ex-pupils that come in from our school and from previous when it used to be St John's School. We're opening it to let other people come in and do a bit of their own thing, really. We don't have much of our own bits and pieces around. We've got Munjavega are having a stall selling tea and cakes. You can come and use the garden to come and sit in, have a bit of time out on Tynwald Day. Our children are going to come in at 12 o'clock. Some children who are at the school at the moment and some of our ex-pupils to come and just play a few Manx tunes, sing a few songs that they remember.
So the Bunscoil Gilgit really represents the backbone of the Isle of Man's efforts to keep the culture and the language alive. So how is the uptake?
We've got a steady uptake each year. It depends on, because we have joint classes when they get to year 1 and 2 are together, 3 and 4 are together, and 5 and 6 are together. So when we take reception, we have to be a bit careful and we don't take too many in. But we have a good steady uptake, and we've got about 67 pupils now. We lose 7 to secondary school next year, and there are 7 new ones coming in. So we keep our numbers steady.
So do you know of any former students who have sort of carried on using the language and perhaps pursued it as a career?
Some children continue speaking Manx, and it's great. Some of the children we've had back on, well, quite a lot of the children we've had back on work experience, and they come back, and it's a great role model for our pupils to see the boys and girls all speaking Manx perfectly fluently with them and amongst the teachers. So that's fantastic to see. So I know a lot of them do still speak Manx. I know there's one girl who's studying at Glasgow at the Conservatoire, and she's doing music, and I know she uses Manx music in that, and if the opportunity arises she will speak Manx. They came back to school, her group, and explained what they were doing all in Manx for the children. So if there's an opportunity, she will use it. There's a young lad who's making instruments. He still speaks Manx, so whenever he comes back to the island, he talks to us in Manx.
So over the last month, I guess you will have been teaching the kids more about the Tynwald Day celebrations. I mean, how do you do that in a way that is still interesting to young people?
Well, we try and tell the older children particularly about Tynwald and Parliament and what's happening there, and we're trying to take children on the tours. They do some fantastic tours around the Tynwald buildings and explain everything that's going on. They take you into the chambers and explain what it's all about. So we try and do that as a regular slot with our older children. For Tynwald Day itself, I think they come along with their families, so we talk about it. But it's more the actual chambers we take them to explain a little bit more about it there.
So we've got a prime location here, just directly across from the show field. I mean, how will you be utilising this space on the day?
Well, we've got quite a few things going on here during the day, apart from the odd things that the school are doing. We've got a group who are coming to do a workshop. There's a workshop to make pom-poms and then make things with pom-poms. We've got the World Manx Association coming in, and they'll be having displays in one of our classrooms. We've got the model railways, who are always a hit. There's loads of people come in to see the model railways. Kids love it. We've got a few stalls as well where people will be selling things, as well as I mentioned the cakes and the cup of tea, so people can just come and just take some time out, because sometimes there's nowhere really to sit and chill for a bit. So there's benches and chairs, there'll be tables to sit and drink cups of tea. You're welcome to come and just sit and chill, even if you're not buying a cup of tea and a piece of cake. So just come and enjoy the atmosphere.
Okay, Julie Matthews, thank you very much for your time. I hope you and all your children here have a fantastic day.
So it's just past 1:30 here at Tynwald Day 2017, and just about to kick off behind us is the Tynwald Fest, and that's the huge enhanced festivities for today. And Ben caught up with the lady in charge of those entertainments this year, Gráinne Deochan.
So Gráinne, if you could just begin by telling us what have we got in store for Tynwald Fest?
Tynwald Fest is a brand new stage for Tynwald Day, and the idea behind Tynwald Fest is to make Tynwald Day even more entertaining, more inclusive, more of a celebration. And on Tynwald Fest we start at 5 at the new stage behind us here, and it's going to be an evening of good food, good drink and good music.
So how important would you say it's been to bring this party element to the Tynwald Day celebrations?
Well, for me, Tynwald Day is fantastic. I've been brought up with it, but it was lacking a little bit in the party atmosphere, you know, bringing our community together. And what I wanted to do with this idea was just to get the whole community together at the end of the day to have a big knees up.
So has this new feature of the day been welcomed by everybody?
Well, as I say, I'm new to the job, and with that I hoped, and I think they hoped as well, for somebody to come in just with some fresh ideas, and that was my main comment from last year's Tynwald Day, is I felt for the early evening we could have a little bit more, and so I brought my idea to the table, and everybody was really supportive and been very encouraging about the fact that we are changing it slightly, but you know, things do change, they move on, they progress, they evolve, so I think hopefully it's a good thing for everybody.
So I hear that there's a packed lineup. Do you want to tell us a bit more about that?
Sure, yeah, it's really exciting. We've got, first of all, the food and drink. We've got Ballycarron lamb coming down, and they're going to be doing a Manx lamb, hot pot, going to be doing roast lamb, so an evening meal, if you like, for everybody. And with that, then we've got the Manx Cider Company and also Noah Bakehouse doing their fabulous coffee. Entertainment-wise, we've got Berlin Jug, who are... Some of the members are Manx, some are in Newcastle. They've all met together and created a Manx band, essentially. So they're coming over to do the gig. Then after that, we've got the fabulous 11-piece party band that are Retrospect, really well known on the island. If they can't get everybody up and dancing, then I don't know who can. After that then, like we always have, is the Kipper Cayley band, and they get everybody up doing their dancing with the Manx Cayley, and then we have the Ellen Vannin pipes and drums on the stage on the hill, to finish. So hopefully it's a bit of the old, but also some new coming through there as well.
So of course, good luck with it. Gráinne Deochan, thank you very much.
So much to do here at Tynwald Day. So if you can, please get down and join them at Tynwald Fest. Next, Ben caught up earlier with Dr. Peter Lippman. He's the choir master, and also Brisha Madrell from Culture Vannin.
Okay, so thanks for joining us, Peter. If you'd like to just begin by telling us a bit about your involvement in the Tynwald Day ceremony.
So 3 years ago we were approached by the Clerk of Tynwald and the Tynwald Planning Committee to become involved in Tynwald Day as a representation of the next generation. So a conversation opened about how we could help that process, and it transpired that the choir was invited to be part of the Tynwald church service. So what we tend to do at the moment is we sing just before the church service for a period for the guests, and we sing during the processions before the minute silence, and then we sing a prelude to a small prelude to the service itself.
So in terms of your musical yearly calendar, this must be quite a big event, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, we have about 20 children that are involved and 6 or 7 adults that sing with the children behind, because the space in St John's Church is obviously much smaller than the cathedral, so we tend to limit the numbers of adults that come and sing. But certainly the chorus's involvement in the national service is a big deal for them, and it's a big deal for us.
So in terms of what you sing on the day, do you have to follow tradition, or is it up to your discretion what you choose?
No, it's entirely at my discretion, really. Obviously, they have to be ceremonial and big and talk about national events and national significance. So it changes each year, depending on the forces and depending on the choruses we've got.
So I believe once you finish the formal bit up front, your singers then disperse among the congregation to beef up the singing.
Yeah, what happens is as the service comes to the start, the adult choristers sort of take a back route out of the vestry, and the children then recess to the back of the church up into the balcony because we are guests of the Tynwald Day, and we help the singing in the congregation from the balcony, and we sing the descants with the trumpeters. And then they lead with the Tynwald choir, they lead the procession down to the hill, so they get to walk down the strewn path, and then we're sat at the hill for the actual proceedings themselves.
So you've mentioned that the children that will be singing in the choir, I imagine it's a pretty big day for them.
Yeah, it's an important day, obviously. They enjoy the singing, but they enjoy the ceremonial, but I think it's significant for them to be part of the national event.
So I imagine you see a lot of young singers and musicians in your line of work. What's the calibre like on the Isle of Man?
Yeah, the island is a wonderful place for music. There's lots of music participation going on all over the place. The cathedral choir is just one element of a huge musical participation across the island.
So how do you see your involvement with young musicians and singers on the island growing over the years?
We already operate quite a lively schools outreach programme. So the schools come to the cathedral to sing Journeyman Jazz, which is jazz cantata. Next year we'll be developing that on a more permanent basis, and there are plans to have a hymn festival in the cathedral, inviting children from 5 local primary schools in the west. So one of my staff will visit each school every week to do some singing and vocal input, and that will culminate, after 3 months, culminate in an event in the cathedral, hopefully with some brass and the organ, and the place will be full of children singing.
So finally, I mean, at the point of recording this, we're a few weeks away from Tynwald Day. How are rehearsals going?
Rehearsals are well and truly every week, so we've been rehearsing already for quite a while for the Tynwald programme, and it's beginning to sound really quite good.
Dr. Peter Lippman, thank you very much for your time. So, Brisha, if you could just begin by talking to us about the role of Culture Vannin, and how you've had to adapt the service to meet growing trends like social media.
Well, we are part of the government. We're a government charity. We were established as Manx Heritage Foundation many decades ago, and we adopted the trading name Culture Vannin a couple of years ago for Island of Culture. And really, we're about taking Manx culture to everybody, no matter where they're from, what they're interested in. We do a lot of development work to do with language, to do with music and dance, and online and educational resources. So we have a really active presence on Facebook and on Twitter and Instagram, all the social media platforms. And the idea is to find there'll be something something for everyone. There's something that everybody can find interesting about Manx culture. And it's about how it is for you now and how you think Manx culture is going to be in future. So we're trying to really present a bright and modern view of Manx culture, and something that's engaging for all ages.
So would you say that one of the service's main drives is to encourage more people into learning the Manx language?
We're keen for more people just to be involved in Manx culture, whether they choose to learn the language, and lots of people have, whether they're young or old, and it's a great thing to do to learn the language at any age, or whether they want to play music, sing, whether they just want to go to concerts and listen to it, or whether they're just proud about their community and they're thinking about We interview people and have oral history things, we have films, we document the changing face of the island. That's of great interest, even if it isn't sometimes straight away, it will be in 5 years' time. And some of the videos that we've made and we've recently released, people, oh, that's great, because it's a building that isn't in use anymore or something that's changed. And I think in the Isle of Man we do like to see what we're doing, and we're a little bit narcissistic, which is a good thing. I think we're very fond of what we do.
So how important has it been to keep up with these trends and to encourage young people into taking an active interest in Manx culture?
It's really important. It should be something modern and bright and engaging, and it's something we've done for years. We've changed with the times, so we've published lots of books and CDs and DVDs, and now we're moving into downloads and doing a lot more through social media and creating apps as well. We've got 2 free apps, one for the Manx language and one with Manx rhymes and songs. We've also got a Manx history web-based app. So it's about reaching as many people as possible with a fairly modest budget.
So talk to me then about your social media presence and how people can find out more.
So just Google Culture Vannin and we'll come up. We're on Facebook. We also have, we have 3 websites. We have culturevannin.im, manxmusic.com and learnmanx.com. We also have this free web-based app called manxhistory.com as well. And we're just there. We're there to engage with people. If people have ideas, we always welcome them. And it's making Manx culture what you want it to be, because as people, we all shape Manx culture.
So Tynwald Day is of course the landmark day on the Isle of Man's calendar and for Manx people. So what will Culture Vannin actively be doing on the day?
Well, we're very lucky that this year we're actually able to open our cultural centre, which is just opposite the Fairfield, next to the Bunscoil Gilgach. And this is something that was outlined in our founding act, that we should have a cultural centre to communicate to the general public what we do. And so we've got an exhibition about Tynwald, we've got an exhibition about Manx language, music and dance. There's things for all ages, so it's not just, it's not a stuffy exhibition by any means, and it's something that will evolve, and it's very much a space that people should come in and use. So whether they're coming in to browse on our iPads, or to come in and look at our Tynwald Lego model, which is a brand new thing, or to come and pick up some of our books and read them, just hang out. So it's a space to be used.
So you just mentioned there the Tynwald Lego model. Surely that's going to be a big draw, particularly for young people on the day.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's got that great skeet factor. It's a custom-built model of Tynwald Hill and of the processional walkway between the hill and the church, and of St John's Chapel as well, the Royal Chapel. And it's fantastic. It's got MHKs with specially printed pinstripes on the trousers. We've got female MHKs and MLCs as well. We've got the custom-made figures of the Deemsters, the President and the Speaker. So if you want to see them and see actually who's hiding behind Tynwald Hill as well, come and see the model, because there's a few secrets to discover as well.
So finally, I suppose it would only be right if you finish by giving us a message for the Manx people in our native tongue.
Tá siú gus Culture Vannin, tá sin fia fégus den Bunscoil Gilgach as bimage manra siúise agan.
Well, that is just about it from us for today, but of course there's loads going on well into the evening, into the early night. So we've got the Fairfield to our left here, bustling, a hive of activity, lots of weird and wonderful stalls and stands and stuff for the kids. Behind us, of course, Tynwald Fest, about to roar into action. I think the bands are warming up at the minute, so that's going to be going on until about 8:30. But it's been a pretty good day, hasn't it?
It's been a wonderful day, and the rain has held off, which is always the main thing on Tynwald Day. It's so weather dependent, but thankfully sunshine's coming through. And of course, if you've been listening and watching online further afield than the Isle of Man, don't forget, we'd love to hear from you. And do drop us an email, inquiries@tynwald.org.im. And it just remains really for us to say goodbye. And if you're here, have a wonderful rest of the day.
Goodbye.